This is a WCCO and CBS News Minnesota Next Weather Alert.
Good afternoon. I'm meteorologist Mike Augustinek in the Next Weather Center, along with meteorologist Adam Del Rosso and chief meteorologist Chris Schaefer. We're going to be spending some time together here over the next few minutes as we've got active tornado warnings, including a confirmed tornado and the potential for more coming up over the next several hours. So what we've got out there right now are two areas of severe weather. The first, that purple box to the northwest of Wilmer, that is where we have already had a tornado touchdown, at least as reported by a spotter. And then we have this line of severe thunderstorms with an embedded tornado warning in Scott County. What I'm going to do is some analysis here live as we go through the radar tour together, and then we're going to get a wider view as to what's going on in the rest of the region, and will be going on for the rest of the evening for those of you who are not experiencing severe weather right now. So the tornado warning that you see, this box that's in parts of Scott County, that goes until 2:15, and that is for a tornado that is radar indicated. As we go through the next several minutes here, we are going to be seeing if this does have any spotter reports on it. But right now, the most dangerous part of the storm is sort of just north of the Newmarket area, kind of headed up just west, but parallel of I-35. Again, this is a radar-indicated tornado warning until 2:15. And these storms are flying. We're talking about storms that are moving anywhere from 50 to 55 miles an hour. And Adam, I think actually you are messing with my mouse because it's using hand tracking on you in the chroma key. No problem. The storm here that's drifting off or moving off to the north at about 50 miles an hour has shown signs of rotation. At this point, we are seeing that this rotation is pretty diffuse, but nevertheless, it has concerned the National Weather Service enough that we do have that warning on it. Here, let me highlight the rotation area for you. It's this area here moving to the south next to this area here moving to the north. And again, I mentioned how that was just north of Newmarket, but really flying off to the north at about 50 miles an hour. So I will add a storm track to this, and we'll give you some towns and times of arrival to keep you ahead of this system as it moves in. So we'll put the storm track again on the most dangerous part of the storm. And in fact, I have to zoom out here because this storm is moving so quickly that we're running out of room here on our storm track. Storm track again moving off to the northeast or so at about 40 to 50 miles an hour, brings it into these communities in the following times. In the Eagan area at about 2:16, so that's about 20 minutes or maybe even a little less. This storm's also sort of headed toward the MSP airport area shortly thereafter. Here's the radar loop. And again, you can see that movement, that storm drifting off most recently, or at least most immediately to Argonne at about 2:03 p.m. Switch back over to the main radar mode, and we will show you that that storm, again, is one of several. As we widen out here a little bit, you can see there are other thunderstorms under a severe thunderstorm warning now with this line that's moving off to the north and northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So places like Burnsville, Apple Valley, Hastings, Goodhue, and Pine Island all potentially under the gun for this area of thunderstorms with damaging straight line winds or potentially even the possibility of putting down a tornado coming up over the next 20 minutes to 40 minutes or so. All right, here is that tornado warning, the observed tornado warning that is a storm that produced a touchdown around Morris not so long ago. But again, this too is moving very quickly off to the north. What you just saw in the update there is the observed tornado warning being turned into now a radar indicated tornado warning, as these storms have sort of been pulsing up and down in intensity and have been touching down and then lifting up again. So this whole area is dangerous. I'm going to put a storm track on the entire area. And once again, because they're moving so fast, I'm zoomed in just a little too close here to give you more towns. And I ran out of room for that storm track. So here's the new storm track. Try that one more time. New storm track moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. So here are some of the towns and times of arrival for this thunderstorm, severe thunderstorm with a tornado warning on it, with a history of dropping a tornado. It's headed toward Gilchrist right now. So if you're in Gilchrist and you're watching us, you need to be in the basement at this point. In Starbuck, the time of arrival about 2:03 p.m. Bruton about 2:10 p.m. Glenwood about 2:12 p.m. And Foreta, which I know our friends in Foreta have had tornadoes recently before. before. We've done stories on a storm that touched down several years ago and did a bunch of damage there. You should be preparing and getting into your safe space right now at about 2:23 is the time of arrival of the worst part of that storm and the potential for a tornado. So during a tornado, if you live in a home with a basement, that's where you should go. If you don't have a basement, you should be in an interior room away from windows on the lowest level of your home. A bathroom is generally a good choice for that. If you are outside and you're watching us on the stream, perhaps out on a golf course or something like that, you need to get indoors, and we need to be inside a sturdy shelter. Under a tree is not a good place to be. In a shed or something like that, that is not safe. Mobile homes are not safe either. So if you have time in these communities that are under tornado warnings right now, if you have enough time to get to a neighbor's house or a store with sturdier shelter, that's exactly what you should be doing. And cars can be very dangerous to be out there when a tornado is coming by. So the plan for you is to get indoors as well. I do want to update you that the tornado warning that was in effect for Scott County, that has now been canceled. We were sort of talking about how that storm was looking perhaps a little more ragged and that its rotation had sort of broadened out a little bit. That is what has prompted that tornado warning being canceled in Scott County by the National Weather Service just in the past few seconds here. But again, these severe thunderstorms that have warnings on them, including downtown Minneapolis, the Hastings area, the Goodhue area, they still could produce today up to hen egg sized hail, so that's 2-inch diameter hail, or potentially strong wind gusts that could do damage, maybe up to about 70 miles an hour or so. The active warnings will continue to pop, but what we want to do is pull back a little bit and go to meteorologist Adam Del Rosso, who is here to give us an idea as to how the rest of this will play out as we go through the next several hours.
Hey, Mike, yeah, it's all fueled by this storm system that's centered off across the eastern Dakotas. That's providing the spin energy as this boundary, this occluded front, is draped across southern Minnesota. So on the northern side of it, you have winds coming from the east. On the southern side of it, winds are from the south. And it's that clash of wind directions that's creating this rotational energy, giving us the potential for these severe storms, bringing tornadoes, hail, and even straight line winds. So because this threat's going to continue for a couple of more hours in this yellow shaded area, that is the tornado watch that remains in effect until 8 o'clock this evening. Now, the threat will be able to clear out a little bit sooner on the southern edge of this watch box, but the farther north you go, it's going to take a little bit longer as these storms make their way off to the north. Again, they're moving very quickly. Mike was talking about some of those speeds already, upwards of 50 miles an hour with some of them, and it's that line just south of the metro right now that we're going to be watching very closely, because even though there hasn't been any rotation indicated just yet, they're able to tap into that rotation that's in the atmosphere, and we want to make sure that you have all the information that you need to stay safe. So wind and hail and tornadoes, those are the main threats here this evening for the next couple of hours. We really do need the rainfall given the dry weather that we've had for the last couple of weeks. We just don't want all of the other threats coming with it. So let's take it hour by hour. Future radar. Here we go at 2 o'clock. That line of storms just to the south of the metro, extending into west central Minnesota, practically right along the I-94 corridor. They're already going to be lifting through the Twin Cities by about 3 o'clock here. So for the next hour, especially through the metro, is when we need to be on highest alert here. Then you can see how quickly they move off to the north, maybe even intensifying a little bit more as they tap into more of that instability in the atmosphere from central Wisconsin back through Hinckley, Grand Rapids, and Bemidji around 5 o'clock. And once we get towards 7, those will be lifting through Duluth, the rest of the North Shore, already through Hayward at that time. And then the rest of the evening, we should be able to breathe a sigh of relief before your typical run-of-the-mill rain showers move back in late tonight into early tomorrow morning, along with some much colder air. So the other element, we talked about the wind instability in the atmosphere, but there's a lot of moisture. If you've already been outside, you know just how muggy it feels compared to earlier this week. We've got dew points up in the mid 60s, even a couple of spots in the upper 60s, and that makes the air easier to rise and to tap into some of that other instability. So that's why we need to be on alert here as the storm system is moving on through. There's the precipitation forecast, upwards of an inch of rainfall across most of central Minnesota, maybe a little under an inch around the Twin Cities metro. So this is going to be very beneficial. But again, we are tracking some of these storms, and before we send you back to your regular programming, I want to check back in with Mike to see if there's been any updates on the radar in terms of any new warnings that have been issued. Mike?
Adam, no new warnings at this point, so what we're going to do is on TV send you back to regular programming, but we're going to stay for another few minutes on our stream, CBS News Minnesota, to do another tour of the radar, talk a little bit about some of the current warnings that are out there, and also we've got some live pictures to share you. Again, go over to our live stream at CBS News Minnesota for that. For now, though, on television, we're going to send you back to regular programming, and we will break in again as needed, when needed. All right, we're continuing live now on CBS News Minnesota, and I'm told that we've got a live picture. Matt, is this Elko or is this the airport? This looks like the airport, right? Yeah. So this is the southern end of that area of thunderstorms that have a severe thunderstorm warning on them, just kind of moving in from the south. Pretty ominous looking skies, although to be honest with you, the radar, it definitely looks like these storms are in slightly weakening mode as they go from more what we call discrete or individual thunderstorms congealing now more into a line. And that is typically a sign, not so much of them weakening, but that the tornado risk may be lowering. Again, this is a live look from our sky view in the MSP airport area. We have another look from St. Paul looking toward Minneapolis. Adam was talking about those kind of hazy skies, the gray haze that you see there. That's definitely related to the higher dew points, the energy that's out there for these storms to go up under and kind of feed off of. Winds in general have been pretty light today, at least down at the ground, but in the mid-levels of the atmosphere, they are ripping. And that's why these storms have been moving so quickly off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Let's go over to radar, and what I'll do is now show you the severe thunderstorm warning that's currently in effect for this area that we've been looking at using those Skyview cameras. It goes until 2:30 p.m., so another 25 minutes for parts of Dakota, Goodhue, southern Hennepin, Pierce, Ramsey, Rice, Scott, and Washington County. That's a really big severe thunderstorm warning. And as we look at the radar, we can see why, right? There's this kind of now unbroken line of rain with some embedded elements of some heavier rain and potentially some hail. Also, there are more storms that are forming on the northern end or the northwestern part of this line through central Hennepin County and northwestern Hennepin County. No warnings on these as of yet, but these too could grow upscale in size and in strength and have the potential to produce either damaging hail, straight line winds, or once again, potentially they could drop a tornado. So let me put the hail tracker on this here, and we'll estimate hail size. We're really not seeing much at this point, although I have a feeling that we're waiting for the data to load. There we go. So there are just some isolated kind of the radar's sensing that the potential for pea-size hail exists in a few isolated cases here along this line. We'll switch back over to the more typical radar mode that you're used to seeing. And actually what I want to do is add lightning on top of it, because lightning intensity is always an indicator of how vigorous these thunderstorms are. And quite frankly, this is not a very exciting lightning picture, and that is good news when it comes to the potential for these storms to produce widespread severe weather. What we would typically see if these storms were really vigorous and had a lot to fuel off of would be a lot more lightning strikes a lot more frequently. So the warning is still real. It's a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for some localized damage with these. That's nothing to just poo-poo, and I am certainly not doing that, but I am kind of trying to keep you ahead of these storms and give you some next weather insight as to how they may be changing or how the threat may be evolving with time here. So we'll put a storm track on these. Again, this is a real long line of storms moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Egan, you're about to experience the worst of this storm right now. Mendota Heights in about the next 6 minutes or so. Downtown St. Paul, you'll get these storms at about 2:17. Woodbury, 2:24. Oakdale just a minute after that. If they hold together, headed up toward Lake Elmo at 2:31. Stillwater at 2:37. St. Joseph at 2:42. Somerset and Richmond, Wisconsin coming up between 2:47 and 2:50. So that's that system, or that part of the system. We'll go back to this area here that's been experiencing at times some tornado touchdowns, at least according to the National Weather Service, and spotters that are on these storms out well west of the Twin Cities. These have been also kind of becoming a little more ragged looking on radar, but there is still an active tornado warning right now for the next few minutes. This is in effect until 2:15 for parts of Pope, Stevens, and Swift County. Again, in the past 20 minutes or so, we've seen these storms Adam, I think we're getting some interference again. What we've seen are these tornadoes pulling back up into the clouds, and so that's why we've gone from an observed tornado warning from the National Weather Service to a tornado possible. Again, we'll put a storm track on these. The strongest part of these storms, which again could bring not only a tornado, but also straight line winds and hail, coming toward Minnewaska at 2:12 p.m., Glenwood at 2:15. And then headed off toward the Alexandria area at 2:32, again, if these hold together. At this point, remains to be seen whether or not they'll hold together. One kind of reminder here that if you are in an active tornado warning, you really just need to go inside to a sturdy shelter. So that's not a car, not a shed, not a mobile home, and go to a basement if you've got one, or an interior room away from windows on the lowest level of your home. Again, a good place like that would be a bathroom. Let's go over to the other computer system, and what I think we'll do is we'll give you the overview maybe with Adam.
Yes. Yeah, so this is going to be a threat that sticks with us for the next couple of hours across the area. In the short term, it's right through the Twin Cities metro. A little bit later this afternoon and into the evening, it's across northern Minnesota and across northern Wisconsin. But we all have these tornado watches in the yellow shaded area that remain in effect until 8 o'clock this evening for those damaging possible tornadoes that are on the ground for a long period of time. That is a potential given the current environmental setup that we have, but also damaging straight line wind gusts with the strongest storms, maybe upwards of 70 miles an hour. And then the strongest storms could bring hail also 2 to 3 inches in diameter. But in the short term here, from the Twin Cities metro south and eastward, it's that line of severe thunderstorms. As Mike was just explaining, we still have that tornado warning into west central Minnesota. All threats are on the table with the exception of flooding. We need the rain, so that's one beneficial thing, one silver lining from this setup. But we have to watch out for that large hail, the damaging straight line winds, and those tornadoes. But as these individual cells kind of form more of a line, it does appear that tornado threat is going to diminish a little bit more here as we head through the mid and late afternoon hours. But we're not ready to give that all clear just yet. Future radar taking us through the early afternoon. Here we go, 3 o'clock, starting to lift north of the I-94 corridor into the North Metro. As you get closer to Winona, back toward the Moorhead area, we'll have that broken line, and then continuing to lift northward toward 5 o'clock through Grand Rapids, getting closer to Duluth, Rice Lake, and just to the east of Eau Claire. It'll continue to race off to the north and east at about 50 miles an hour. These storms are going to be booking it here very quickly, since the winds in the atmosphere that are moving them along are quite fast. And so these storms are going to be able to tap into that wind energy as well as the rotational energy and the moisture energy before we eventually see things quiet down as we get closer to midnight tonight. And by the time we get into tomorrow morning, it'll just be your typical run-of-the-mill rain showers, bringing that much-needed precipitation. All right, we're going to send you back to your regular CBS News programming here, CBS News Minnesota programming, but we'll be breaking back in with more updates as needed as we head throughout the rest of the afternoon. So we should have one at 3 o'clock, and then, of course, we'll see you on the 4.
warning box before that. The storm has been showing signs of weakening, honestly, over the past few minutes since this warning has been issued, but still, because it is headed for the Brainerd area, we wanted to get on here and let you know when and where it was going to move in. So here's the typical view, again using our traditional radar view. We'll add the lightning to it, and once again, this is not looking like a very vigorous storm with very few lightning strikes cloud to ground here in the past about 15 minutes or so. We'll change our radar mode and take a look at how winds and raindrops are kind of flowing and blowing within this storm system. And the green colors are indicating raindrops and wind that's moving toward the radar site, which in this case is in Duluth, and red indicating the opposite direction. So that little rotation there is why the National Weather Service issued the tornado warning on this storm. It's moving northwest, so this is moving a little bit of a different direction at about 40 miles an hour. I'll go back to the traditional radar mode and we'll put a storm track on this, the core of the storm. Again, moving right toward Brainerd. So if you're watching us in Brainerd, if you have somebody out on one of the lakes in the Brainerd Lakes area, please get in touch with them. And you yourself need to be sheltering in a basement or an interior room or closet on the lowest level of your home. And this includes Brainerd High School, which in 7 minutes will be getting this storm. I have no doubt that the school has been notified about this and that tornado sirens are going off. Still, though, you've got about 7 minutes to make sure that you're in a safe spot. We're going to watch this storm continue to move off to the northwest. So Nisswa is under the gun for this in about 27 minutes. That's at 2:47. Pequot Lakes, including Pequot Lakes Middle and High School Complex, coming up at 2:56. And again, that's all if this holds together. The storms today have been so far pulsing up and down in intensity. And as you can see here, that storm with the tornado warning on it does not look any stronger or more menacing on radar than any of the others around it. But it does have that indication that it's rotating and that environment that it's moving into with a lot of low-level wind shear, that's a change of wind speed or direction with height, is something that can propel this storm and keep it going and produce a tornado really at any moment if it hasn't already. That's why the tornado warning is in effect. We're getting some heavy rain here in downtown Minneapolis right now, but the truth is that what's moving through at this particular point is not severe. There is a severe thunderstorm warning that is just south of the city and does include St. Paul. That goes until 2:30, and there has been a history of these storms putting down some localized hail as these are moving off to the northeast. So again, a different direction on these at about, these are moving a little bit faster, honestly, at about 50 miles an hour or so. So since we have you here, we want to put a storm track on these, track them off to the northeast at, again, about 50 miles an hour. And this is a very large, severe thunderstorm warning, which encompasses Woodbury and Oakdale getting hit here in the next 3 to 4 minutes with the potential for hail and damaging straight-line winds. Lake Elmo at 2:31, Stillwater at 2:37, St. Joseph at 2:42, and Somerset, Wisconsin at 2:47. Eagle-eyed viewers may have noticed that tornado icon that popped up. That's because we have a new tornado warning. This is, again, pretty far north in northwestern Minnesota. You can see the tornado warning for the Brainerd Lakes area that I was just talking about off to the upper right part of your screen. But then this warning just coming out and includes Elbow Lake and Fergus Falls. Again, a radar-indicated tornado warning for parts of southwestern Otter Tail County, Grant County, and southeastern Wilkin County until 3 o'clock. Another radar-indicated tornado. We'll, again, do the same thing we did with the last storm, kind of take a look at how the winds are moving in this system. Not seeing a ton of rotation with this particular view. We'll take a look at a different view here. Yep, once again, sort of seeing signs of perhaps a little stronger storm here with more lightning activity. And this storm, too, moving kind of off to the north or northwest at about 40 miles an hour. So I'll put a storm track on this one for you as well, and we'll get some times of arrival here for some of these towns. Elbow Lake, you should be sheltering right now. Head down to a basement if you've got one, or an interior room on the lowest level of your home, like a bathroom. 2:27, the time of arrival for that storm there. Erdal at 2:33. and continuing up toward Fergus Falls at about 2:59 p.m. Again, a tornado warning in effect for that northwestern part of the state. Meteorologist Chris Schaefer is here. He's got some more information as to sort of the overall weather setup across the region, and he'll fill you in on that right now.
You've been putting the focus on those tornado warnings. We talked about the possibility the farther west you had, the potential there for tornadoes, but they would be more short-lived tornadoes with the more long-tracking ones possible the deeper into Wisconsin. As you can see, those haven't even fired up yet. If you've been outside, yes, it's another warm day, not as warm as it was the past couple of days. The big difference you notice, it's pretty muggy out there. Those dew points are up in the 60s. We've got this clash of air masses, and that's the borderline right there. Just to give you a broader picture, here's the line that's passing through the Twin Cities. Clearly an active thunderstorm line with the severe thunderstorm warning still in effect. And here are the two active Doppler-indicated tornadoes. We talk about that a lot. That means we're picking up on rotation in the atmosphere. Nothing's confirmed on the ground. As far as we care, you still need to take it like one is. Get to the basement to get to your safe place. Better to be safe than sorry, particularly in the Brainerd Lakes area and near Fergus Falls. And you have to know these storms are moving at about 50 miles per hour. So even if they hit, they could quickly move, not giving you much time to get to a safe area. The thunderstorms, not hearing a lot of thunder downtown Minneapolis here. The rain has certainly arrived, and you can see the heavy rain that's falling. We'll take it. We need it. You know by looking at your yards. And yes, this line is going to work its way up to northeastern Minnesota, which will really help with the fires that continue to rage up in the northeastern part of the state. Here's a live look at the radar. You see the line passing right through Minneapolis, St. Paul, heading down toward the southeastern suburbs. It will push up towards Stillwater, Andover, North Branch. You're all going to get a taste of this. Whether or not it's severe when it's get there will yet to be seen. And as far as the tornadoes, they could pop rather quickly. The National Weather Service did put out a very widespread tornado watch in effect until 8 o'clock tonight. Clearly, counties to the south will be dropping much before that as this line rapidly lifts to the north with that warm, humid air with it. But here's the current line of storms. This shouldn't come as a surprise. Past several days, our next weather forecasts have been talking about the greatest risk popping deeper into Wisconsin, but including parts of the Twin Cities, and even the slight risk here that stretches to parts of western Minnesota as well. I do want to show you future radar as well to show you here's the line that we're experiencing right now. Watch how rapidly it lifts up into northern Minnesota to the fire-ravaged areas before most people are even hitting the road to come home. And then things are going to settle down considerably. Maybe a few scattered showers. We'll catch a break, and then you're going to notice the big temperature drop-off as we head into tomorrow. We do have more rain coming tomorrow, by the way, but that's just going to be scattered showers. Nothing of the severe ilk, so to speak. But as of now, we do have those two active tornado warnings, and of course the severe thunderstorm warnings that are pressing through the Twin Cities. Let's go back to meteorologist Mike Augustinak with more on what's going on, mainly to the north and northwest of us.
Actually, Chris, as you were talking, we now have a tornado warning, a radar-indicated tornado for the city of Minneapolis. You might be able to hear the tornado sirens going off behind us. We are going to switch to our Skyview camera. You can see the clouds from our rooftop as we tell everybody who's watching from Minneapolis to Columbia Heights, Northeast Minneapolis, Glenwood Junction, you need to be in a basement right now. You need to be away from windows on the lowest level of your home in an interior room or closet if you don't have a basement, because there is the potential that this line of thunderstorms that are coming through could potentially drop a tornado. There is not eyeballs on a tornado at this point. However, there is the potential that it could drop a tornado at any point. The most dangerous part of this storm is actually appears to me to be in North Minneapolis right now, and it is moving north quickly at about 55 miles an hour. So I mentioned some towns already. I want to put a storm track on this as it. And once again, I've been failing here to zoom out far enough because these storms are moving so fast. These storm tracks need to be longer. Even though we like to show you more communities, I can't fit a storm track if we're zoomed in too much. And that continues to be the case. So again, these communities here in this what could be a brief, weak tornado spin up, but still a dangerous situation. This is moving off to the north, and here are some of the towns. Lauderdale, 232, so that's just in 4 minutes. Take this storm seriously. Fridley, 239. I mentioned Columbia Heights already at 235. Coon Rapids at 243. Blaine, you need to be sheltering. headed to your safe place as this storm heads your way. And it'll be there at about 2:47. Andover at 2:55. And again, these storms have been pulsing up and down in intensity, but still reason to be concerned, or at least monitoring things in East Bethel over the next half hour, and in Linwood at 3:10 p.m. I'm going to rely on our control room a little bit here. I understand that traffic cameras had a view of something. I can't see that, so if you see something interesting, please do let me know. I don't want to neglect. There we go. So this is in Roseville. This is Highway 36 at Cleveland Avenue. This is really at this point just a low-hanging cloud. Not really seeing anything here that indicates to me that we've got a tornado here on this particular kind of pie slice view here. The thing that prompted this tornado warning and the sirens, which continue to go off in downtown Minneapolis, are for a rotating wall cloud, which is often the precursor to dropping a tornado funnel, and also the fact that we just have a favorable environment. The radar has been showing areas of rotation, kind of pulsing up and down at times. And I don't want to ignore this storm either. I know there's not a warning on it right now, but Next Weather is part of preparing you for what's ahead. This storm that's in the Corcoran area and around Fletcher, it too, on radar, is looking as though it's trying to organize. And so Ramsey, Elk River, Fletcher, Corcoran, you're not under a warning right now, but better safe than sorry, as Chris was just saying. You want to be at least close to, if not headed down into your safe place in case we get a warning that's issued on this. I'm going to do, again, a little more investigation here. We're taking a look at the radar wind speeds and the way articles and raindrops are moving within these storms, and this is the thing that's really prompting the tornado warning, even though we don't see much in that one around Corcoran. In St. Anthony, this area of rotation here that's being picked up on radar, and again, I'll draw it in for you, indicating that we could potentially have a tornado touchdown at any point from that. Let's send things over to Chris. He's got a different view kind of here of the storm, and he'll be able to walk you through where it's headed as well.
Yeah, again, Mike, as you talked about, what prompted this whole thing was observed rotating wall cloud, which could drop down to tornado at any moment, and clearly in a highly populated area right here in Minneapolis. You see the tornado warning in the red box. These storms have been very hard to track because they're moving at such a rapid clip. Typically, they move 20 to 35 miles per hour. These are barreling to the north at about 50 miles per hour. Active thunderstorms. We have thunderstorms for the eastern metro. It's the tornado warning that's the concern. And again, right now, it's really hard, very pixelated to find the area, but near the Armory here, just southwest of Lauderdale, would be the area where we're picking up that rotation right now, just northeast of Minneapolis, heading toward St. Anthony. A couple different views to show that we're looking for the reds and the greens kind of jammed together, and that's what we're seeing right here. But no reports of anything on the ground, but still, you need to get down to the lowest part of the ground in your basement if you're watching right now at home. If you're in a place of business, get to a lower level there, get away from windows. Be safe until this active tornado warning is allowed to expire, either because of weakening or because it has moved out of the area. Not getting much for reports of hail. That was one of the big concerns, too, with these supercell thunderstorms. You could get some hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This is very small, pea size at best. It's mainly been beneficial rain, some thunder and lightning, and of course we've had these little dust-ups with tornadoes. One that was confirmed from an observer on the ground. Others have been Doppler indicated, and that's what's going on with this one. We have not heard any confirmation of anything on the ground, but rotating wall clouds are very dangerous, and you can see parts of Anoka, Hennepin, and Ramsey counties in this active tornado warning that is moving to the north at a very rapid clip. Again, severe thunderstorm warning for the eastern metro, St. Paul, heading toward Inver Grove Heights. Tornado warning here that will hold until about 2:45 this afternoon until it clears the area or weakens. Again, you can see the line right here moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. We'll zoom in a little bit again just to give you a look at the area. Coon Rapids, you'll be next. Andover, if you're watching there, I would make my way to a safe spot until this storm starts to settle down. Here's a look at some of the active towns. We have a new warning, by the way, while you take a look at the towns where you live and see when it will be coming there. National Weather Service has a severe thunderstorm warning. That's for parts of Dakota County, Ramsey County, also Washington, Goodhue, Pepin, Pierce, St. Croix. This is stretching into Wisconsin now, as we expected. That will hold until 3:15, and these storms, too, are moving at 50 miles per hour. But look at the towns from Columbia Heights pushing toward Andover. I just mentioned you at about 2:49. We expect the strongest part of this storm to be overhead for you and eventually making its way toward Isanti around 3:11. So, again, an active tornado warning that does include Minneapolis, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. Nothing confirmed on the ground, but still a very dangerous situation you need to take seriously. We'll go back to meteorologist Mike Augustinak with more.
Thanks a lot, Chris. Yeah, we'll kind of track some of the other active warnings that are out there right now. That includes the Brainerd Lakes area. Tornado warning, just getting an update here. They are continuing this tornado warning, even though now Brainerd, the city of Brainerd, has been dropped from it. This tornado warning continues until 3 o'clock for west central Crow Wing County. I've been in touch with the National Weather Service in Duluth and kind of monitoring what they've been saying about this storm. They said just a few minutes ago what we had passed on to you, that this threat is radar indicated, but there is a webcam in the area that they're watching, and they have seen some hints and wisps, in their terminology, wisps of funnels trying to form. At this point, though, no tornado has been reported from this storm. However, it is in a highly populated area with a lot of people that are maybe enjoying the day and not paying super close attention. So we want to give you the heads up that you deserve as the strongest part of the storm, which again could potentially drop a tornado really at any time, given the fact that it's been trying to do that for the past 20 minutes or so. And here are the towns that are in the path of this storm. And again, I just want to reiterate what I just said. Brainerd now, the city of Brainerd, the warning has been expired for your area. However, Nisswa, about 10 minutes from now, the strongest part of the storm is headed your way. And regardless of whether this produces a tornado or not, it is also capable of producing damaging hail and straight-line winds, potentially in excess of 60 miles an hour. Mentioned this when we talked about this storm a few minutes ago. Pequot Lakes Middle and High School Complex, including the city of Pequot Lakes, coming up at 2:55. So that's 20 minutes from now. You've got time to get to your safe place. Jenkins at 3:01. And Walden at 3:08, again, if it holds together. That's one active tornado warning, or another active tornado warning. There's another one here to the west of that, and this is pretty far away from the Twin Cities, but it does include the Fergus Falls area. This, again, also a radar-indicated tornado. And what the National Weather Service has done, because of the way the atmosphere is set up today, is put a warning on a pretty wide swath of this line here. So they are able to tell that some of these individual thunderstorms contained within this here could potentially drop a tornado at any point, and this tornado would be moving pretty quickly. So rather than try to pinpoint exactly where it might be, they're giving a little more of a blanket warning to make sure that you have plenty of time to get to your safe place. And here are the times of arrival for the strongest part of this line of the storms. Erdahl at 2:36, Ashby at 2:43, mentioned Fergus Falls at 2:50, and Elizabeth at 2:56. We are continuing to monitor the downtown Minneapolis area. We've got some video too, actually a live picture from St. Paul as this storm is moving into St. Paul. You can take a look at that. Again, some extremely heavy rain there. Winds that are, even if they're not being necessarily damaging, they're pretty strong and blowing that rain sideways. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for St. Paul, but not a tornado warning. This is Minneapolis. Now, the city of Minneapolis, the downtown area, has actually been dropped from this tornado warning. And you can see that this is kind of just to the west of downtown, looking toward the downtown core, that we've got wet roads. But other than that, visibility is improved. The wind doesn't even look that strong, and traffic seems to be moving just fine. But as we go back to maps, I'll show you that the tornado warning, even though it's been trimmed out of downtown Minneapolis, continues. And even though Columbia Heights, you're in the tornado warning right now, the threat has passed you by, but we're still keeping a close eye on West Coon Rapids and Blaine, as this storm, which has the potential to produce a tornado, is moving your direction. Again, it's moving north at about 40 to 50 miles an hour. So Fridley, you should be in a safe spot right now in your home or in your place of business, because the strongest part of the storm will be in about 2 minutes. In Coon Rapids, 2:43, the time of arrival. In Blaine, the potential for a tornadic thunderstorm at 2:48. Andover at 2:55. East Bethel at 3:05. Again, no reports at this point of confirmation that a tornado is with that storm, but it is in an environment that's favorable for a tornado to form really at any moment. It is producing hail, pea-size hail reported at Highway 94 and 101 in Rogers just about 4 minutes ago. And we'll see, because this line is still quite active. And in fact, Chris is taking a look at what's going on a little farther to the east of this line.
Mike, so far it's been pretty run-of-the-mill thunderstorms, and then we do have the active severe thunderstorm warning until 3:15. So if you live like I do in Woodbury or Afton, Cottage Grove, the rumblers are coming through right now. They're moving so quickly to the north at about 50 miles per hour. And again, reports of some pea-size hail. Very beneficial rain. The trouble is we've had these little dust-ups. Rotating wall clouds have been reported. Funnel clouds have been reported in different parts of the state. So with next weather, we've been talking about this the past couple of days, and yesterday we issued a next weather alert. That's to give you a heads up, to be aware of what's coming. We talked about 1 to 3 p.m. being kind of the window for the severe stuff, and that's exactly how it's playing out. And so far, it's been just kind of again, garden variety thunderstorms so far. Active severe thunderstorm warning, by the way, does kick into western Wisconsin. You can see the line that's going to come up through River Falls, Roberts, Richmond, making its way toward Amory, and I would expect much of it is going to be the same. Maybe some pea-sized hail, definitely some thunder and lightning, and some very heavy rain. As Mike mentioned, they trimmed the southern end of this tornado warning. The reason why is because it's moving so fast, 50 miles per hour to the north. Again, nothing reported on the ground, but if you're watching in Blaine and Andover and points farther north, definitely take your cell phone, take your iPad downstairs, pop the TV on, keep WCCO on. We will keep you informed not only with what's going on here, but across the entire state. Again, this tornado warning should hold until about 2:45 or so, and I would imagine, if anything, they'll extend it a little farther north and continue to trim that southern edge. Tough to find the rotation in this. There just isn't really a lot of organization with the winds coming at different directions. That's what we're searching for with these. I've definitely been looking, and it's really hard to pick up on some definite rotation. Some of the shear tracks, as we call them, they're kind of sparse at best. But anytime there's a rotating wall cloud spotted, that's a good sign to take cover. Here's the line. Notice how it arcs all the way back into the Dakotas. Fergus Falls, there's the active Doppler indicated tornado warning. Again, rotation being detected, nothing confirmed on the ground. What you're seeing here are just reports of thunderstorms that are producing or capable of producing hail, and we still have some that are exhibiting rotation along this line that is a part of this severe thunderstorm warning right here. So let's take a look at Coon Rapids right now. You'll see the rain on our camera right now. People are slowing down on the roadways, as they should. But basically, it's such a bittersweet situation. We need the rain so bad. We haven't had rain since May 1st, when we had just over ½ an inch. Otherwise, we've only had a trace. We desperately need it, and we've been talking about the benefits of this line that's going to kick all the way up into northern Minnesota with the wildfires we've been covering extensively for the past several days. This will certainly help. Even the cloud cover helps a bit, and we're going to get some wraparound rainfall that will continue into the day tomorrow, with more chances of rain pushing into next week as well. So lots of help in the rain department. We could just do without the severe stuff. And so far, it's been basic thunderstorms, but anytime those tornado warnings pop, we are all over it. In fact, let's take another look at some of that with Mike Augustinek as we take a look at St. Paul.
Yeah, Chris, you can see the storm now moving northeast of St. Paul. A couple of updates here. First of all, the tornado warning for west central Crow Wing County, that has been canceled. So that storm has now weakened below severe level. And those communities that I was talking about, Nisswa, you might get some hail, you might get some strong gusty winds and some heavy rain, but the threat from tornadoes and severe weather at this point is done. However, there could be more storms that form up there. What you see here, the rain and clouds kind of moving now northeast of downtown St. Paul, that has prompted a new severe thunderstorm warning. And if we take a look at Max 2, we can show you exactly where that is. That's the big gold box that's popping up for eastern Sherburne County, Anoka County, Chisago County, northeastern Hennepin County, Isanti, southwestern Kennebec, southeastern Mille Lacs, northern Ramsey, and northern Washington County until 3:30. So that's this box right here. It does include the storm that has a tornado warning on it. And by the way, we did get some video from one of our photographers of it's hard to tell if it's downburst winds or perhaps a waterspout trying to spin up on Lake Minnetonka. This was probably about 20 minutes ago. So we are now getting some video of what the National Weather Service is seeing and is concerning them. The tornado warning continues for Coon Rapids. And again, this storm still looks somewhat suspicious. In fact, I'll tell you what, or I'll illustrate what I mean here. It's this little notch here. That is indicating that there's strong winds blowing in behind the storm system that can energize them and cause rotation in storms. So I think that's why the tornado warning is continuing. It goes for another 16 minutes for that red shaded box, which is sort of contained within the larger gold shaded box that goes until 3 o'clock. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. Let's go. Actually, you know what? I did want to mention apologies for anybody who's waiting for somebody to come in on a flight to MSP Airport. All inbound flights are being held at their origin until 3 o'clock. So for another 15 minutes, no flights that are headed to MSP are being allowed to take off. And that's including 130 flight delays right now, according to FlightAware. That boop you heard maybe in the background, that's a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is now the southern end of this line. This, too, is an area that is sort of set up to encourage these storms to rotate. So this new severe thunderstorm warning that just came out includes the city of Wabasha. It goes for Buffalo and Wabasha counties until 3:30 today. At this point, the big threat there is 1-inch diameter hail and up to 60-mile-an-hour winds. And again, that's the southern extent of a line that includes severe thunderstorm warnings for Red Wing, for River Falls, Wisconsin, for Star Prairie, Wisconsin, for the city of Stillwater in Washington County, Chris Schaefer's hometown, where storms are right on the doorstep right now and really moving in quickly. So again, a day like today where these severe thunderstorm warnings are in effect, but we've had occasional tornado warnings, you really do need to be paying extra attention, extra close attention to these severe thunderstorm warnings. Because, you know, they can spin up a tornado very quickly. And in fact, I was mentioning that video of Lake Minnetonka from our photographer, Ben Harper. Look sort of in the middle of your screen there in between those two leftmost sailboat masts. You can see that water being kicked up on the surface of the lake. This is a video, and it's a pretty short video, but there you can sort of see it twisting there. That's the indication that we could have had a waterspout beginning to form. Now, these storms are also putting out straight-line wind gusts, and sometimes those can twist almost like a dust devil at the ground. So it's a little unclear as to which of those two things this was at this point. It may have been fairly weak and fairly brief, but it definitely did spin up, and that is, again, one of the reasons why this storm had a tornado warning on it, which has just been canceled. So the Columbia Heights area, that tornado warning has been dropped, but there is still a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for that same spot. So meteorologist Chris Schaefer, he's going to take a step back. We know not everybody who's watching us is experiencing thunderstorms right now, but Chris, this is a day where we're going to have to watch most of the region for it. That's why we have this next weather alert. Yeah, correct. When we issue these, we're not messing around. That's something we take very seriously, and we want to keep you guys safe. So here's a wide view of what's going on. If you're down in southwestern Minnesota at this point, I never like to say it's all clear, but just kind of scattered showers coming. This is the line we were concerned about. We knew it would fire up between 1 and 3 in the afternoon, just like it has. We knew the thunderstorm potential would be there with the possibility of sizable hail, some straight-line wind damage, and you can never rule out the tornado risk, which initially was expected to be farther
into Wisconsin on the eastern edge of this, it still could be, as you see this line continues to stretch farther and farther to the south and east. But let's take a little tour at what's going on out here. To the north, it's just some general thunderstorms, and you see it's still, we're not getting any rain yet up where those fires are raging, but this line is going to push all the way up, so it will certainly help to catch some rainfall with much more in the forecast. This is the tornado watch area that the National Weather Service put out in effect until 8 o'clock. It won't surprise you that we'll likely see these southern counties drop over the next several hours. Perhaps they would add some to the north. We'll see about that, but it's been fairly quiet. We've just had a few of these tornado warnings that have been mainly Doppler indicated. In other words, we're picking up rotation. But let's give me a little tour here. This is the latest severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for parts of Wabasha and Buffalo counties. This will be in effect until about 3:30. Take note of the wind speed. These are moving at 50 to 60 miles per hour. That's why I'm telling anybody that's watching just to the north, even if you're in Menominee, get ready because it will be here before you know it. These are moving as fast as a car goes on the county roads and highways. So that's one of the active severe thunderstorm warnings. That's inch a little farther to the northwest. Here's another one for parts of Dakota. You see Goodhue County, Pepin County, and Pierce. We've got Wisconsin counties in there, as well as Washington and St. Croix and Ramsey counties. Again, it's thunderstorms, not even really producing any hail at this point. If it is, it's pea size at best, but still some thunderstorms that are deemed severe, so be ready for some active weather coming your way. And then just north of the Twin Cities, this is where we had that tornado warning earlier that included Minneapolis. We had the sirens going off downtown outside our windows. That was a rotating wall cloud that was observed. It has been now deemed to be a severe thunderstorm warning. We're not getting rotation anymore. But you see the counties, again, these are moving to the north at 60 miles per hour. And in all of these cells, tornadoes are possible. We still have the tornado warning to the west by Fergus Falls. Nothing confirmed there either, but this is all part of that same line that stretches all the way down the Mississippi River along Wisconsin as well. And here's a look at the thunderstorm activity across parts of northern Minnesota as well. That cell north of Brainerd was earlier a tornado warning because we were picking up on rotation. So there you go, all the energy pushing to the north, 50 to 60 miles per hour. We will continue to hawk over it here at WCCO. We're going to toss now to Jeff and Aaron, who are kind enough to join us to give us more updates on what's happening out there. Guys?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. We wanted to just kind of go over where we're at right now. As Chris just told you, these storms are moving just about as fast as a car, 50 or 60 miles an hour. This is a look, I believe, in St. Paul for you. But of course, strong storms can leave behind some damage, and we're seeing some of the impacts roll in. Xcel Energy is reporting that about 6,000 customers are without power right now. So you may be experiencing that. And you heard Mike Augustinak mention that the airport has been impacted as well. You can understand with the storms having the potential to fire up the way Chris and Mike have been talking about, it could impact things at the airport. And so because of that, they have put a pause on all inbound flights. So if flights to MSP haven't left from their destination yet, they will not be going out right now. And so far, that's triggered about 130 delays. That number could climb. We'll keep an eye on it for you. And we've seen images from across the state, west of the metro, out at Lake Minnetonka, where there are images of what appeared to be perhaps a funnel cloud. We've seen some water too kicking up and spinning around out on Lake Minnetonka. So our crews are out there keeping an eye on it for you, keeping safe as well. And of course, Jeff, that's the priority for everyone.
Yeah, and I think even though you might not be experiencing a tornado warning like some few communities have, a lot of you are experiencing a severe thunderstorm warning. And when Chris was showing that graphic earlier, we were still talking about the wind potential of 60 miles per hour, and straight line winds can be as destructive as a tornado. So don't think that just because you're not under a tornado warning that you're in the clear. A severe thunderstorm can be just as destructive, and it's important to stay inside your home. Similar rules to follow if there is a tornado warning. Just be in a sturdy shelter away from windows. Sheds and storage facilities we would not suggest. We haven't had too many hail hail reports. If we have, they've been small, but large hail was something that was a potential with this storm system, so you have to keep that in mind as well. When you're in your home or when you're in a facility, don't go into a large open room. Go into a cafeteria, gymnasium, auditorium. I'm going to send it over to Mike Augustinac, who has a new update for us.
Yep, we have a confirmed tornado now on the ground in Stearns County, and the warning is just coming out. In fact, it looks like there are 2 warnings that came out back to back here. That could just be a coding error. That's kind of academic. I'm going to ignore that for now. But this is the storm that is under a tornado warning, and we actually did have spotter confirm that near New Munich, a funnel cloud was forming. Also a report that in Spring Hill about 7 minutes ago, Spring Hill, Minnesota, that a weak tornado was on the ground for this line here. So this is another storm that's moving very quickly off to the north at about 50 miles an hour. So what I'm going to do is put a storm track on this for you, as we've been doing all day today, and keep everybody kind of informed as to where this storm is now and where it's headed. Again, just kind of zooming off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Millwood certainly in the path of destruction for this storm. These tornadoes have been kind of not only moving quickly, but moving a little bit erratically as well. And I'm having an issue with my storm track here, so I'm just going to keep giving it a try. There we go. Sorry about that, folks. Storm, again, moving off to the north. There we go, finally at 50 miles an hour. Here are the times of arrival that I promised you. Round Prairie at 3:04, so that's in about 10 minutes, but of more immediate concern, Birchdale and Millwood coming up in the next 4 to 5 minutes. You absolutely need to be in a shelter, and that shelter should be in a basement if you've got one, if not the lowest, a room on the interior of the lowest floor of your home, away from windows. This is not just a radar-indicated tornado, but a storm that has multiple eyeballs on it saying that there is a tornado, or was at least a tornado, on the ground. And again, these are moving so fast that the normal amount of time you might have to prepare is being shortened significantly. So Long Prairie, 3:10 p.m. Burnhamville at 3:13 p.m. Browerville at 3:19 p.m., Ward at 3:25, and Moran at 3:32. Everybody in those communities that I just mentioned needs to be in a sturdy shelter. And let's actually go over those tornado safety tips, because we're going to actually cover a few more tornado warnings here that have come out as well in a minute. Go to, as I mentioned, that basement or interior room away from windows on the lowest level of your home. If you're outside, or if you know somebody outside, text them. Make sure you get in touch with them. Give them a call. Tell them if they're in the path of this storm that they need to get inside and find sturdy shelter. Not a shed, not a storage facility. Even large big box stores that have big metal roofs, large expansive roofs, those are very easily peeled back, and that is not a safe place to be. It's better than being outside, but there are better spots to shelter. If you're driving, a car is a terrible place to be, and if you have time to get to sturdy shelter, that should be your plan, including if in town that's a grocery store or the post office. If you are stuck in a car, though, and you have no other choice, don't park under an overpass. That can actually increase wind speeds by the wind tunnel effect, and you should actually get into a ditch, a low-lying area, cover your head, or, there's also the potential to stay in the car if you can be sheltered somehow in a lower-lying area along the road. But again, an active tornado right now on the ground for that tornado warning in parts of Stearns County. And Chris, do you want to take over and show us the other tornado warnings that are out there?
Absolutely. I'll give you a tour of what's happening right now. We have 5 active tornado warnings. 4 of them are Doppler indicated. We're picking up on rotation in the atmosphere. The one in Fergus Falls has been holding for a while. The one north up in the Brainerd Lakes area. We've been talking extensively about the one near Highway 94, Melrose, and then down in the cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings, we have 2 embedded tornado warnings as well. Here's a close look at the one with the confirmation of the tornado on the ground right along Highway 94, a heavily trafficked area. Again, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. This warning will hold, as you can see, until about 3:15 this afternoon. So if you're in parts of Todd and Stearns County, specifically north, make sure you get to your safe place down in the basement. It's easy to stay in touch with us here at WCCO on a phone, on your iPad, or even on a television you have downstairs. Here's kind of the rotation. You see this pixelated area of greens and reds. That's what we're looking for. We're seeing wind speeds coming toward the radar and away from the radar. And when they bunch up like that, that's an indication of that rotation we talk about, thus the tornado warning that's been issued. There are other ones in the area. This is all part of that line of thunderstorms, some of them severe, some exhibiting rotation. And this trend will continue as we head through the afternoon hours. It could be a run-of-the-mill severe thunderstorm warning that quickly escalates to a tornado warning. That's what we saw here just west of Wabasha, where, again, rotation was picked up within this severe thunderstorm warning, and that prompted the National Weather Service to issue the tornado warning. Nothing confirmed on the ground down near Wabasha. This is moving to the north again at a very rapid clip. We've been seeing storm speeds of 50 to 60 miles per hour. So even if you're well ahead of the storm, I would get to a safe area because you don't have a whole lot of time. Here's that cluster of colors we talk about with the greens and the reds close together. We're also picking up some very strong winds along this thunderstorm line. No surprise, it's been a fairly windy day this afternoon. Now you add the storm winds, it only makes matters worse. Take a look at where this will be and the times it will be. If you're watching right now, Maiden Rock, it's going to be coming your way about 3:15. Spring Valley, 3:36 in the afternoon. This one is going to push across parts of western Wisconsin. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see more severe thunderstorm warnings, and hopefully not, but tornado warnings the deeper we go into Wisconsin as this line continues to lift. It's certainly not going to be all clear for the next couple of hours. But again, remember, this storm cell was just in Minneapolis about a half hour ago. It's already cleared well to the north, and things are quieting down considerably behind it. But again, we still have these active tornado warnings. 4 of the 5 are Doppler indicated. We're picking up on the rotation. This is the cell in purple right now up near Melrose along Highway 94 that's had the confirmed tornado report as these storms continue to push to the north. Let's go back to meteorologist Mike Augustinak. Perhaps we can get some more information on that particular cell.
Sure, Chris. Yeah, what I want to do actually is show you what these storms are moving into to sort of telegraph where we might have future warnings coming. So this is a computer analysis product that shows us where we have the risk for a significant tornado. And a significant tornado would be either a long track tornado, something that holds together for a while, which honestly most of these have not been, or a strong tornado. And you can see here that as we went from 2:30 to 3 o'clock on the forecast, that we still have areas, including up around the Brainerd Lakes area and up in Wadena County, where there is still the environment to create rotation and strong thunderstorms that produce tornadoes, supercells. But as we go ahead, just say in the next 2 hours, that setup drops significantly. And that is obviously good news. And beyond that, just another half an hour to an hour, it goes away almost completely. So while we are certainly in the thick of it right now, the trend as we go through the next several hours is going to be for these storms to become weaker in intensity, and sort of the top end of what's possible gets lower and lower and lower with each half hour that passes by. In fact, I will say that while there is a tornado watch in effect still for the Twin Cities metro area, our chances for that has dropped significantly because this line of storms has moved through. That has not quite been the case yet to the north and to the northwest in particular. That 94 corridor and points north of it have been, that's been a pretty fruitful area for tornado formation and for severe thunderstorm formation. Again, we still have this purple box. That's the one that Chris was talking about when he sent it my way. That's the tornado warning where we have had eyeballs on both a rotating wall cloud and a funnel just within the past 20 minutes. This tornado warning goes until 3:15 for parts of Stearns County and Todd County. The National Weather Service in the Twin Cities handles that area, and they have been very helpful in kind of explaining their reasoning behind why these storms have been warned for. We do have a new tornado warning that I'm going to get to here in a second, but I do want to finish talking about this storm, this tornado here. This tornado warned storm here. And again, these storm tracks that we put on it are showing you just how fast these storms are moving. about highway speed off to the north at about 50 miles an hour. So some updated times of arrival here for what could be a tornadic thunderstorm and is one that you absolutely need to take caution and shelter from include Millwood at 3:03. Gray Eagle at 3:08. Our weather watcher Arnie in Gray Eagle. We know, Arnie, that you want to report to us what you're seeing, but we really just need you to be safe at this point and be in a basement. And that goes obviously for everybody in these towns. Bertram 3:15. Burnhamville at 3:16. Swanville at 3:21. Ward at 3:28. Moran at 3:36. So again, that's the storm that has a history of producing a tornado or may even still be producing a tornado. The new tornado warning that came out is sort of an extension or an expansion of a storm that Chris was talking about just a few minutes ago. Let me orient you here. Actually, there are two storms. Sorry, there are two warnings here. The storm here just to the north of Wabasha has a tornado warning on it. That's including the city of Waterville. And that tornado warning in that red box goes until 3:15, so for about another 12 minutes or so for Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce County. And then we have this other tornado warning for another part of Pierce County that goes until 3:15 as well for a storm that's actually now moving quickly through or toward the River Falls, Wisconsin area. You also may have noticed, if you're watching instead of just listening, that the rear edge of this severe thunderstorm warning, which is kind of that gold box that's encompassing more of the area, that was just dropped right here. So all of this area that I'm outlining in yellow, the severe thunderstorm warning for you has been canceled as these storms are just moving so quickly. So let's do a little investigation here. What I want to do first is sort of take a look at the health of these storms overall. Are they in an area that has enough to sustain their growth? And I would say that is the case. We have a lot of lightning activity, no real drop off in radar reflectivity, still showing signs of healthy thunderstorms. And that's important because that means as they continue to the north toward Menominee and toward Glenwood City, even though there aren't warnings in effect right now for you, it's almost a guarantee that these warnings will be extended downstream, either a severe thunderstorm warning or potentially a tornado warning, because these are moving into an environment that's favorable to maintain their strength. Again, until we see a change in conditions in the overall environment, we're not going to see any change in how these are behaving. This is a live look right now from one of our crews that's in Hudson, Wisconsin. And you can see, well, what we're seeing obviously is a bunch of heavy rain. The other thing we're seeing is there is not a ton of wind there. And those clouds are low hanging, but they actually are high enough, high based enough that a tornado is not looking likely from what we're seeing on radar. From what we're seeing in this video right now. That doesn't mean that this isn't safe. We're definitely seeing some straight line winds there, creating some waves. I assume that's the St. Croix River if we're in Hudson. Somebody correct me if we're wrong, and they're somewhere else. But at this point, the worst of the weather is just to the east of Hudson, Wisconsin. The most dangerous weather is to the east and northeast of Hudson, Wisconsin, including a tornado-warned storm just east of where our crew is. So they're now in a safer spot, while, again, areas around River Falls, Wisconsin are not necessarily in that spot. So let's come back to radar just real quickly to me. I'll show you that area as we take a look at it on radar. And again, Hudson, Wisconsin, an area that we have some heavy rain and straight line winds, but at this point it's looking like the big threat from the worst weather, there's Hudson where I'm sort of got my arrow, is just to the east of you, which means it is moving away from you. And I'll loop this radar for you. You can see just how fast these storms are tearing through from about 40 to 50 miles an hour headed off to the northeast. Zoom out a little bit. I'll show you again the rest of the Twin Cities metro. Things looking much quieter right now. We did get an update on that tornado warning in Stearns County and southern Todd County that did produce at least the spotter indication of a tornado. That tornado warning is still in effect, but it has been changed up to radar indicated or a tornado possible warning, which means that in recent minutes, there have been no eyeballs on any storms, on any funnel clouds with this storm or any rotating wall clouds with this storm, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that won't change here in short order. continuing, and I do want to send it to Chris here in a second to get sort of a wider view of what's going on, but I did just hear another tornado warning come out, and it is Mille Lacs County, just popped in there, and it's this storm here. So what I'll do is we'll talk a little bit about this one, and then we'll send it over to Chris to sort of zoom out and get a sense as to how the rest of the evening will play out. This is a radar-indicated tornado, a storm that is showing signs of rotation and could drop a tornado at any time in Mille Lacs County. This warning goes until 3:30 p.m., and it does include areas just east of Cathio State Park and the southern half of the lake itself. So if you have friends that are on the lake today and you think may not necessarily be paying attention, get in touch with them right now. They have just a few minutes to get off the lake and to get into sturdy shelter before this storm, which could drop a tornado at any time, moves in. We're going to change our radar mode here to take a look at the rotation, areas of rotation, and I definitely see what the National Weather Service has keyed in here on, and it is this area right here where we've got rotation right at the southern end of this warning box. And again, these storms are moving so fast. In fact, this one is moving off to the north at about 55 miles an hour, that these are not giving us a lot of time to get people warned and to get people into a safe spot for them. So I'm going to help you do that right now. I'm going to put a storm track on, maybe not the most impressive looking part of the storm on radar here, but the most dangerous part of the storm based on what we're seeing when we kind of look inside of it. And again today, I have been failing at these storm tracks because I'm failing to account for just how fast they're moving and how much real estate we need to cover. So Wellthwood, under tornado warning, 328. I'm sorry, you're not under a tornado warning. You're on the north side of Lake Mille Lacs. The National Weather Service putting sort of a short fuse warning on this to see if it probably passes over the lake and loses some of its ability to organize. But I still want to highlight Wellthwood, Farm Island, and the airport in Aiken, actually. Anybody in those areas in the path of this storm, even though there's not an active warning right now, Next Weather is all about keeping you ahead of what's next. We want you to be safe, and even though the lake, the cool lake, may weaken this storm, we still want to give you the heads up that you need to be paying close attention and in your shelter, or at least ready to move in there really quickly. All right, well, let's send it over to Chris. I'm going to do a little more analysis here while Chris tells you more about how this evening will play out.
Yeah, the whole purpose of Next Weather, we talk about this, is to keep you safe. We want you fully prepared so you know today would not be a good day to be out on the lakes doing any fishing because it's a very dangerous situation and could escalate rather quickly. If you were watching the 4 o'clock newscast yesterday with Mike and Jeff and Aaron, they were already telling you that it was going to be an enhanced risk that crept into the Twin Cities, a slight risk that stretched almost to the North Dakota border, and that's how it's playing out. That line is what we were concerned about, and that's where the National Weather Service basically penciled in the tornado watch. That's a heads up that these things could happen. It's in effect until 8 o'clock tonight, and clearly you see the active tornado warnings peppered in there all along this same strong line of thunderstorms that's also causing severe thunderstorm warnings in the gold shaded boxes. We will likely see the counties continue to drop from the south as this line lifts. I haven't seen any indication of adding counties to the north as of yet, but that line is happening right where we expected it to. And all of these tornado warnings at the moment are Doppler indicated. We're picking up rotation. There's nothing confirmed on the ground. We've probably had a dozen tornado warnings already throughout the afternoon. I'm very happy to say we haven't heard of any damage or anybody hurt, which is wonderful news. But still, these are storms you need to take seriously and get down to a safe space in your basement if you're in the path of these storms, or clearly if they're happening. As Mike and I have been talking about, they're moving at a very rapid clip. Typically, they go at about 15 to 25 miles per hour. These are moving 50 to 60 miles per hour. Let's go right down the line. Like Jerry Rafferty, you see at Fergus Falls, there was a tornado warning. No longer. That storm has weakened. We have the one up here that's in effect still for probably, let's see, oh, it didn't show me the time. Here's the one we were talking about that was near Melrose. It is already, that line pushed north of Highway 94, just to give you an indication of how fast these storms are moving. That tornado warning for parts of Todd and Stearns County till 3:15. And then down in the Twin Cities, you see in the metro metro, we're clear of this line of storms that is now in the northern suburbs and stretching into parts of western Wisconsin. We have a cluster of Doppler-indicated tornado warnings again. In other words, we're picking up on the rotation, but nothing confirmed on the ground. There hasn't been a lot of hail. That was one of the ingredients we expected today.
Chris, I was actually, yeah, go ahead and talk about that. I did want to include, though, no, you were speaking of hail, that the storm on the southern end of Lake Mille Lacs has what the National Weather Service is saying is the best hail signature all day. And it looks a lot like that one that you're seeing just to the south of Wabasha as well.
Yeah, just saw this one, which was impressive. Most of them have been pea-size at best, and you see they're very scattered along the line. But this one's getting up near golf ball size. That could start to do some damage. And as Mike mentioned, we've got a signature now up near Mille Lacs for that as well, which is an extremely dangerous situation for anybody that's out on Mille Lacs fishing. If you have a spouse, a friend, or relative, give them a call, tell them to get off the waters. They may not know what's coming their way. Clearly, this strong line is pushing to the north at a very rapid clip that doesn't leave a lot of time to get to safety. Let's go back to Mike Augustinak now. We'll go back to that cell on Mille Lacs with that hail signature.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, so this is the Onamia area, Highway 169, getting absolutely pelted right now with what, again, is golf ball to potentially, I know it's a goofy term. I don't come up with these terms. They're actual, real National Weather Service terms, hen egg-sized hail. So that's 2-inch diameter hail, I guess, as opposed to ostrich or dinosaur egg-sized hail. Anyway, that's all moving northward and is as dangerous as a tornado, certainly when it comes to how much ground it's covering, right? Tornadoes are generally pinpoints and they are absolutely dangerous, but this is an area of hail that's several miles wide. And again, it's heading right along sort of the southern shore and up just to the east of Cathio State Park. Cathio State Park is in the tornado warning. The city of Cathio is not. But the bottom line is that this whole area really needs to be paying very close attention to changing weather conditions. And I'm going to add the lightning to this as well. And again, we still have some lightning strikes here. They look to be weakening a little bit, which is a sign. And I think what will happen is as this storm drifts over the lake, it's going to lose some of its energy source. That lake water is cold, and that's why this is such a short, stubby tornado warning. I think that's what the National Weather Service is expecting to happen as the storm crosses over the lake. It will lose some of its strength. The other thing I'll say, though, is so when we say a storm loses its strength, essentially what we mean is the warm, moist air that is driving the storm to rise, and also that updraft wind, the winds literally blowing up from the ground up into the cloud, that's what's supporting the hail. That's what's keeping the hailstones up. It's as though you were able to take a box fan and put a golf ball on top of it, turn it on really high, and keep that golf ball suspended in the air. So as soon as we cut off that inflow, that updraft wind, all of the hail that's in the cloud right now is going to drop out. And also all of the rain-cooled air that's in the cloud right now is going to drop out. And so that means that while the tornado threat may not continue, what we call downburst winds, which are straight line winds falling out of a thunderstorm, they hit the ground and they spread out like when you turn on the faucet in your sink and the stream of water spreads out in all directions. That is going to be happening with this very strong, severe thunderstorm as it continues to move north over the lake. Again, there are more areas to be concerned with, including this severe thunderstorm, which may still be producing a tornado in Wadena County. We just got a new tornado warning that came out. Chris, what?
Near Menominee in Wisconsin.
Near Menominee in Wisconsin. Okay, so as this storm continues to move north toward Park Rapids, or really Crow Wing Lake and Hubbard, the storm seems to be weakening a little bit, but we're going to go over to Wisconsin. Again, this is a widespread threat today, right? So we're ping-ponging back and forth as new areas of concern pop up. Here's that new tornado warning that just came out. Appreciate Chris for giving me the info on this for Dunn, Pepin, and Pierce County in Wisconsin until 3:45 p.m. And I would have to say that this is probably the strongest storm on radar right now, based on its size, based on its lightning activity. And let's take a look at what's going on here when it comes to storm rotation. Yeah, so we've got we've got a few things that we're looking at here. First of all, let's zoom in here. What we're seeing right here is very, very strong winds, straight line winds coming out of the storm, headed toward the Canton area and up toward Highway 10 between Mondovi and Durand, Wisconsin. The warning that was issued, the new tornado warning just to the west of Durand, is for this area here where we're seeing some indications of rotation right in through here. And so since that is the most dangerous part of the storm the way it looks right now based on the radar presentation, what I'm going to do is specifically put a storm track on that part of the storm for you as it moves off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So we already mentioned Menominee is in range for the strongest part of the storm at 3:37. That's 20 minutes from now. But again, of more immediate concern, Dunville at 3:24. Downsville Elementary School at 3:28. I don't want to freak out parents. We know that schools are paying attention to weather on days like today, but the elementary school is in the path of this tornado-warned storm. Again, this is a radar-indicated tornado. No eyeballs on it at this point, but it's possible that a tornado could form imminently and with little warning out of this storm. Little Elk Creek School, 3:33. I mentioned Menominee. Both the city and the airport. I'm sorry, no, the field, Menominee Muniscore Field at 3:39 p.m. The Hoffman Hill State Recreation Area at 3:46 p.m. Again, a severe thunderstorm that could produce a tornado at any time headed toward those locations at those times. We are getting information from some of our colleagues in the National Weather Service that we have seen some destruction already from these storms, including from earlier today as these storms were just getting going in the Benson, Minnesota area, where a report of a barn and a part of a house destroyed. At this point, no injuries are reported, and that is obviously good news. And that is our goal here as we continue to track a tornado watch and active warnings around the region. Chris.
I believe, Mike, that was the first tornado that prompted us to jump in, was the one in Benson. So happy to hear no injuries reported. It hurts my heart, of course, anytime a house or even farm fields are destroyed by severe weather. We needed the rain. We talked about the bittersweet situation that's set up today, and we'll take the rain. We do have some video from Benson, by the way. This was earlier this afternoon. The reason we jumped in with our first tornado report of the active tornado warning near Benson, and we're going to get a look at that video there. There it is. So here you go. It's always hard to tell with the trees to know if that's in contact with the ground, but you know, anytime something's destroyed, clearly this was a touchdown of a tornado and a very dangerous situation earlier this afternoon. This is in Benson in west central Minnesota. Honestly, the threat for tornadoes was pretty low the farther west you headed, but that's where we saw these storms first trigger. Then they started connecting the dots, so to speak, toward the east with a line coming through the Twin Cities. We did have the tornado warning right over downtown Minneapolis as a rotating wall cloud was spotted. This is the only tornado we've heard of that's been confirmed on the... No, that's not true. There was the one near Melrose as well, near Highway 94. Otherwise, we've been picking up on a ton of rotation in the atmosphere along this line of storms. Let me show you again. We do have a tornado watch. That's what you're seeing in all of the yellow here. The gold is the active severe thunderstorm warnings, and the areas of concern are the red right now. These are all Doppler indicated. We're not getting reports of anything on the ground, fortunately, but we're still getting rotation in these areas. So it's a dangerous situation, and you need to definitely seek shelter. This watch will hold till 8. These counties will continue to drop from the south because this line is kicking to the north, 50 to 60 miles per hour. You see the concern from Moorhead pushing all the way north of the Twin Cities into Wisconsin with the active tornado warnings. Wisconsin, by the way, I don't want you ever to feel slighted. We cover Minneapolis, St. Paul a lot, of course, because it's a large metropolitan area. But I've got family in Wisconsin. I've got a daughter that lives in River Falls, so I'm very concerned right now with this tornado warning that's moving to the north through the Roberts area, Baldwin, New Richmond, where my daughter teaches school. Hopefully they are doing their tornado drills that I talk to her about all the time. But the active tornado warning right now, you can see for St. Croix County till 3:30, radar indicated. Take it seriously. Get to those safe spaces. And the one that Mike just talked about just to the east, and this is the concern here. Look at this, just southeast of Roberts, we're seeing some very tight winds that are going in opposite directions. Again, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. So east of New Richmond, a big concern in the next several minutes. And then this one here too, near Durand, we're seeing a similar vibe where the The winds are coming at different directions, which indicates that rotation, and that's heading right toward Menominee. Some of the western suburbs of Eau Claire will put the radar back on to show you the active thunderstorms in the area. And the rotation that's being picked up in these, and they're moving to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. So here's a look at some of the towns you can see with Durand in the mix, Menominee in the mix at about 350 as they move to the north at a rapid clip, and then coming back to this particular storm to the west, that one will continue to push toward the Amory area as well. So nobody is really safe along this line because these little dust-ups, these tornadoes have been popping kind of randomly along the line and dissipating as quickly as they form. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on this until it gets farther away and finally starts to weaken as it heads up toward northern Minnesota. One positive note before I toss it back to Mike: no rain yet in the fire areas, but you can see that line will be passing, which will be a big benefit for those poor firefighters who have been working tirelessly on those fires. Mike?
All right, thanks, Chris. I'm getting some information from our colleagues at the National Weather Service. I wanted to pass along. It's for, and you're welcome to take radar if you want, guys. It's for that storm that's over the southern part of Lake Mille Lacs. It seems to have peaked in strength, is what the National Weather Service is seeing, and that's a trend that we had been kind of alerting you to. So they're holding off on a warning farther north onto the northern part of Lake Mille Lacs because of that weakening trend. However, it still could produce a waterspout on the lake at any time, and certainly by this point, anybody who was out on that lake has seen or gotten word of this storm. It's still showing signs of rotation, right? So this is a storm that, despite the fact that it's sort of had its moisture source, its fuel cut off, because that lake water, that ain't fuel, it's 50 degrees or near 60 degrees at this point, it is still maintaining its strength. And that's because the overall atmosphere has a lot of wind shear in it, and that is something that encourages these storms to continue. So again, we use this storm relative winds here, not because it's cool, but because it helps us detect where the most dangerous part of the storm is. And so I always like to explain what we're looking at. What we're looking at is really literally hail particles and raindrops blowing around within the storm. And the radar is able to sense what direction they're moving and how quickly they're moving. Anywhere we see cold colors or any sign of green or blue, that's air and raindrops moving toward the radar site, which, as you see that sweep line goes by, maybe that gave you the hint. That's the radar that's in Duluth that's looking at this. And anywhere we see red, that's warmer colors and the raindrops moving away from the radar site. So right in here, we've got that area of rotation. And again, you wouldn't necessarily know that by looking at the standard radar all the time, although some of you who are, and I use this term affectionately, weather nerds, probably noticed what we call a hook echo in here, and that's an indication that we still could potentially have a tornado or a funnel cloud or a wall cloud within this rotating thunderstorm at this point as it continues off to the north. So we've already discussed, but I will still put a storm track on this to sort of reiterate, even though there is not a tornado warning north of this right now. The storm is still going to be moving up toward the Hazelton, Farm Island, Aiken area. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning that just came up a little farther down the line here. It's this gold box that just pop up, includes Lakeside. That would be the northeastern corner of Lake Mille Lacs. For Aiken County, where we have a severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock, but also the potential for, once again, a tornado to be produced within this storm, because that's sort of the way they've been going all day today. There have been these tornado spin-ups. We'll put a storm track on this one. It's sort of headed in the same general direction as the storm that's actually over the lake right now. So some of these towns may end up being the same, but Malmo at 344, a storm that's producing hail and could potentially be producing straight line wind damage. Also could drop a tornado headed your direction. Glen at 350, and Northland shortly thereafter. Another tornado warning just came out. Let's see. This is probably for a little farther down the line for a storm that already had a tornado warning on it. So New Richmond, it's possible that the sirens have now gone off twice in your community, the tornado sirens, if you can hear them. It really is for the same storm. It's just two warning polygons here are overlapping. Anyway, Polk and St. Croix County under tornado warning until 4 o'clock for the storm that Chris was talking about, continuing to show signs of maintaining its strength and rotation. And again, this storm is moving quickly, like all of them have, although not quite as quickly. It's about 5 miles north of Hammond right now, at least the part of the thunderstorm that could be potentially producing a tornado, or 15 miles northeast of River Falls. And this is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. So I'll put a storm track just to update you here again on this. And actually, you know what I want to do first is make sure I'm putting the storm track on the most dangerous part of the storm. Okay, so there it is on the bottom of your screen, and we'll use that point as our storm track start point off to the northeast at about 35 miles an hour. Let's see, New Richmond, Wisconsin at 340, Stanton 345, Star Prairie, Wisconsin at 348. And continuing on toward state public fishing area near Wagon Landing Springs at 354. All right, we're going to keep looking at the radar here. New warnings will pop in on the crawl if they're issued, but in the meantime, we want to get a view of what's going on from the live desk, and we'll send it over to Maria Lesignoli for an update on what she's got from some of these communities being impacted. Maria.
Yeah, thanks, Mike. We know that the storms left the Twin Cities metro about 45 minutes ago, but people in the area are still feeling the effects. Power has been out for the last hour or so, and those numbers continue to rise. Let me show you the current power outage map here. And as you can see, there are currently about 8,000 customers being affected by power outages throughout this area of the state. If we zoom in by county, however, we know that Dakota, Washington, and Hennepin County are seeing the most power outages. I just talked to my husband over in St. Louis Park. He is still experiencing a power outage, and with that comes an outage of Wi-Fi, of course. So we also know that at the airport right now, their live stream camera is not recording, is not available, meaning the Wi-Fi there could possibly be down, which could potentially be affecting the delays of flights. Currently, there is 144 flights delayed at the Minneapolis-St. Paul Airport. That number jumped about 10 flights from just about a half an hour ago. We're continuing to get reports about these outages, and we know down here in Faribault, crews are on the scene working to restore power as quickly as possible. And we just want to make sure that you have your phones charged so that you can get all of the weather updates that you need. We're continuing to get new reports in from people out in the field. We know that over in Benson, Minnesota, there was a barn and part of a house destroyed by the storms there earlier. Thankfully, no injuries reported. We also have a crew over in Hudson. They took shelter for a bit, but they're back out there continuing to give us the latest updates. And Aaron and Jeff, what else are you seeing out in the communities as new reports are coming in?
Yeah, Maria, that area out near Watson, what you're talking about too, that area out near Benson is where we're getting a lot of the video and images that appear to show a funnel cloud. And so we're going to show you some more video from that area. That is where the National Weather Service, Jeff, reported that barn and part of a house that was destroyed, but no injuries. This is from Watson, what appears to show what could form into a funnel cloud. We've seen some more intense images. There's one of them, pretty dramatic, showing that skinny little funnel cloud making its way, and we know that area west of the metro near Montevideo is where there have been a lot of images like this, Jeff. Yeah,
and in addition to the concerns for funnel clouds like we're seeing here, we just want to emphasize the severe thunderstorm threat remains, and we have seen hail across many parts of Minnesota. Most notably, I was checking our traffic cameras from MnDOT along I-35 going north through Forest Lake into the North Branch area, and it looked as though there was maybe pea-sized hail or so on those traffic cameras. I was seeing hail just a moment ago on the cameras in Isle, which is on the southeast edge of Lake Mille Lacs. We had heard from Mike saying that the storm system that was creating a tornado warning in that area and moving north was losing some steam. However, we know there are still more cells that are just behind it, so that threat for rain, high winds, that remains. If you lose your tornado warning, it does not mean you are completely in the clear, as this storm system is a long one spanning almost the entirety of the state, from the northwest corner down to the southeast corner, again pushing northward at a fast rate, 50 miles per hour, as fast as the vehicles that you are passing on the highway, and moving much into Wisconsin. So the range of threats remains not only in their severity, but just in how much coverage there is across Minnesota. I'm going to send it over to Chris Schaefer, who's at the weather wall right now, with a look at the radar.
Yeah, if you remember, we issued a next weather alert yesterday because we knew the atmosphere was ripe for these storms. It's basically a clash of air masses. We talk about this quite a bit. Out ahead of the storms, you see the temperatures upper 70s, low 80s, as close as Hinckley. Then look at the stark difference. It's 20 degrees cooler down in Worthington, a part of the state that's typically warmer than northeastern Minnesota. That's because that cooler, drier air is wrapping in on the backside of the low pressure center. And right along that line, that's where we're seeing these storms flare up. You see a similar vibe when it comes to the dew point. Anytime it gets over 60, you feel the mugginess. If you were outside today, you know it's pretty thick out there. The dew point has jumped up to 66, but look how dry the air is back in the Black Hills of South Dakota, 36-degree dew point. So again, we have that clash of air masses, and that's why we're seeing the activity we are. What you're seeing in yellow, that's the tornado watch that's out there right now, and that's in effect until 8 o'clock. As we mentioned, they're already trimming counties on the southern edge because this is moving so fast. Jeff just referenced it's moving like your car going down a county road or a highway, 55 to 60 miles per hour. And we're getting reports of tornadoes. Want to take you closer specifically into Wisconsin here. The red indicates Doppler-indicated tornadoes. The purple that you see there just east of the Twin Cities, that's a confirmed tornado just 6 miles southeast of New Richmond, near Roberts, Wisconsin, and that is confirmed on the ground from law enforcement. These are the storm reports. That's the one right there that just popped east of the Twin Cities. Otherwise, it's been hail. We had the tornado confirmation over in Benson as well. And this is the area of concern, and that's exactly where everything is firing up right now, east of the Twin Cities. We talked about the threat being greater the deeper into Wisconsin you went, and that's so far what we're seeing. Here's that active tornado warning right now. This is the cell that passed through River Falls, moving to the north, 50 to 60 miles per hour. And you see this whole line that stretches through Amory and now pushing toward Eau Claire, and it's been producing various Doppler-indicated tornadoes, but this one from law enforcement, a confirmed tornado warning. We have a few of the tornado warnings done in Pepin counties until 3:45, and this particular one that's going to hold as well. Things are quieting down to the north where we had a few active tornado warnings earlier. And let me show you with future radar how quickly this line is going to lift, bringing much-needed rain to those wildfires over the Arrowhead region. And things are going to quiet down considerably, not only this evening, but into the overnight hours. And then as we head into the day tomorrow, it's more rain, nothing severe. This is beneficial rain, by the way, that will be very widespread and linger throughout the day on a very windy and a very cool Friday. And that cool air is going to stick around into the weekend. Showing some of the temperatures compared to average. Look at the drop-off. In Owatonna by Sunday, your highs will be 21 degrees below average. You were 21 degrees above average for the past several days, and this cool air is going to hold all the way up in northern Minnesota as well. Let's go back to this line. It's rapidly moving to the north, and again, that active confirmed tornado from law enforcement near Roberts. Mike Augustinak has more on that. Mike?
Thanks a lot, Chris. We're zoomed in real close here on that storm that is now a confirmed tornado. We're looking at the winds and finding the area where the storm is rotating and where a tornado is most likely. And you can see it is just to the east or southeast of New Richmond. That tornado report from law enforcement was along County Road G. And now it looks like that strongest area of rotation is sort of right on or just south of 64, so sort of where 64 and 63 come together near Jewett. The storms have generally been moving about 50 miles an hour. However, this one is moving a little bit more slowly. It's moving at about 35 miles an hour. The counties that are included in this tornado warning that go until 4 o'clock are Polk and St. Croix. And again, not to discount the fact that there's a tornado in here, the storm is bigger than just the tornado, and really anywhere in that storm. We also could have damaging hail and destructive straight line winds as well. So as we put a storm track on this storm as it moves off to the northeast, close to 30 miles an hour. Stanton, you're in line to get the worst part of this storm coming up in about 5 to 6 minutes. So that is the potential for a tornado to impact Stanton at 3:42. Make sure that you are taking shelter. And by the way, you can take us with you on if you use your phone. You can just go to CBS News Minnesota, and we are streaming not only on TV but live there as well. So we're able to stay with you and ride out the storm with you in your basement. If you don't have a basement, get into an interior room or closet on the lowest level of your home. Stay away from windows. And as you head to your safe place, if you've got easy access to a bike helmet, not a terrible idea to put that on. If you have, you should be definitely wearing shoes, because as you come out of your shelter, if unfortunately you're hit, that your shelter is hit, there could be debris out there, and about half of all injuries in tornadoes occur after the storm when people are leaving. So again, the communities that need to be sheltering right now: Stanton, Deer Park, Blackbrook, and Amory, potentially, if this storm holds together, coming up in about 25 minutes or so at 4 o'clock. This has been the strongest storm on radar so far. We do have a new tornado warning, though, to tell you about. This is slightly different. This is a radar-indicated tornado, and what we're looking at here is the Mississippi Valley, northwest of the Twin Cities. So this tornado warning, which goes until 4 o'clock, includes Benton, Morrison, and Stearns County, or parts of all of those, and it's headed toward Highway 10 right now. So I'll tell our control room guys, Highway 10 northwest of St. Cloud, if you have any traffic cameras in the Watab Rice area, just let me know and we'll go to them if they're showing anything interesting. This storm excuse me, a lot of talking for the past few hours. This storm is moving off to the north or a little east of due north at about 60 miles an hour. And so that is one of the fastest moving storms of the day. And I already know that I'm going to have to zoom out a little bit here to put a storm track on it for you. So here's the entire length of the storm. Again, a tornado is possible anywhere within this warning. And the communities that need to be sheltering right now, I mentioned Watab right now. If you're listening to me and you're not in a safe spot, you're making a mistake. You need to get into your tornado shelter right now. Bellevue, 346. Little Falls, 349. Belle Prairie and Green Prairie right around 3:55 p.m. And then this will continue off toward Camp Ripley at 4:02. If it holds together, this part of the system, this linear part of the system, has been producing tornadoes only briefly, but the wind threat and the hail threat is there along with the tornado threat as those storms continue to move off to the north. We have this another storm that's actually set to impact the same areas that were under a tornado warning just about 20 or 30 minutes ago. This storm is just to the east of Malacca, and it has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, but again, this area could potentially produce another tornado, so please be extra careful and be ready to make a move if you're in Kennebec and Mille Lacs County. If there is a tornado warning issued on this storm, even if there's not, because of the threat for hail, which has been prolific in this area over the past 30 minutes, you probably want to be getting into your shelter anyway. In fact, let's put the hail tracker on this particular cell because this area has been so seemingly set up perfectly to produce big hail. So we do have up to golf ball size hail now that's going to track right between Borgholm and South Fork. Here, I'm going to kind of move this radar back in time a little bit and then move it ahead in time a little bit. You can see how quickly it's moving off to the north or just a little to the west of due north at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. Chris has got a wider view to keep everybody informed, and Wisconsin has really been the big area of concern, right, Chris?
And just a reminder, we have WCCO viewers that stretch all the way up to the Canadian border, deep into western Wisconsin. So if you're watching in west central or southwestern Minnesota, you might be thinking, what's the big deal? It's not that bad where I am. Remember, we cover it for all of you, and when the weather is rough for you, we'll be all over it as well. This is the line of thunderstorms that really hatched earlier this afternoon between 12 and 1 o'clock. quickly became severe, and we've had at least a dozen, maybe 2 dozen tornado reports, most of them Doppler indicated. You see the lightning data to show you the strength. There aren't many severe thunderstorm warnings right now, but we have actually more tornado warnings than we do thunderstorm warnings. I want to bring you closer into Wisconsin again. We have so many viewers in New Richmond, Roberts, Wisconsin, Amory, all these great communities, and we have this strong line of storms that's been exhibiting rotation south of Menominee. The purple area is the concern here near New Richmond, because that's where we had law enforcement confirmed that there was a tornado on the ground and moving at a very rapid clip at about 50 miles per hour. I want to take the lightning away to kind of clean things up a little bit for you, to show you the heavy rain. That's a good thing. We definitely need it. We could do without the severe stuff. And here's that observed tornado by law enforcement. That will hold until 4 o'clock. Parts of St. Croix and Polk counties, remember, they're moving at an extremely rapid clip, 50 to 60 miles per hour to the north. The yellow you see within the warning box, that's some of the rotation, some of the shear, as we call it, that we're seeing in the area. So it's definitely a dangerous situation, and please get to a safe place if you're in Star Prairie or Deer Park, and you see when we see the reds and the greens close together, that's indicating that spin in the lower atmosphere, that rotation that's prompted the warning. Doesn't mean it's on the ground anymore. It could have lifted, but regardless, I want you in the safest place possible, which would be your basement if you're at home. If you don't have one, get to an interior room, perhaps a bathroom. Get away from windows. I know your instinct is going to be to go out and look for this thing. Don't. Go down, be safe, let us watch it for you. And do know, again, it's moving to the north, so all these communities along the line from Amory at about 10 minutes, about 8 minutes from now, 10 to 4, we'll see this in your area. Apple River area, it's coming your way as well, and will continue to push to the north at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. We had that tornado warning out to the west here, too, along this. This is Doppler indicated just northwest of Sartell. This, too, moving to the north at about 50 miles per hour. And a cluster of severe thunderstorm warnings, too, up around Mille Lacs. Earlier, we had indication of rotation and some sizable hail. Right now, it's basically lightning, thunder, and some very heavy rainfall that will continue on. If you're wondering, will it help the fight for the fires? Yes, it will. It will be there likely within the next hour or two, bringing some beneficial rain. Again, this is the area of concern. To the south, things are going to be pretty quiet heading into the night tonight. So if you're in the line right now, know it's for the next hour or so before it lifts farther north. And we'll continue to see more of these storms fire up farther to the east, deeper into Wisconsin as well. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. We're going to continue to focus here on Wisconsin. These storms moving so quickly that I think probably in the next half hour they're going to be moving out of the coverage area, or at least our coverage area. In fact, already Eau Claire, we know we have viewers in Eau Claire, but it's its own coverage area. But still, we have so many overlapping tornado warnings here. We need to continue to make sure that everybody is safe and ahead of this storm. And by the way, what I want to do here quickly is just turn off the radar layer, and you can see how many warnings there are. There are 3 overlapping tornado warnings, those red boxes with radar-indicated rotation, and then 1 where we have a confirmation of a tornado, at least earlier around Star Prairie. And in fact, as I spoke it, they just dropped that warning, and it looks like it was changed to a radar-indicated tornado warning. So again, that's the indication that there has not been eyeballs on a storm or a rotating wall cloud or a funnel cloud within the past 15 minutes or so. The other point I want to make here is, I think we've proven today that there's no such thing as too early for a tornado outbreak. But you see Chetek, Wisconsin, we know a day from now, tomorrow, it's the anniversary of an EF3 tornado that hit Chetek in 2017. So almost the same situation, although these tornadoes have been far shorter lived than that storm, which went, I think, something like 80 miles uninterrupted. These are still dangerous storms that we're keeping you ahead of. Again, the radar loop showing the evolution over the past hour or so, 90 minutes, and how quickly these moved through the Twin Cities, across the St. Croix River Valley and the Mississippi Valley, and now pushing east into central Wisconsin, where, by the way, the weather setup for tornadoes, the atmospheric setup, is even more conducive than what we have seen around here. So I do expect that there will be more tornado warnings. And that, by the way, this is sort of an early heads up that Rice Lake and Chetek, I mentioned you, Amory, Wisconsin, Frederick, Wisconsin, this is not your typical severe weather day. The atmosphere just so much wind shear in it and so much instability that we will likely see tornado warnings in abundance continue to be issued for those areas as we go through the next hour or so. Widening out, and what I want to do is do some on-the-fly meteorology for you here. What we're going to do is turn on our thunderstorm fuel layer. It's going to take a few seconds to load, but there it is. So this is a computer model projection, but again, it's showing signs that it's capturing the here and now correctly. So that gives us more indication that we can believe it going forward into the future. And what I want to do is show you how our thunderstorm fuel over the next 15 minutes and then another hour after that by 5 o'clock and then another hour after that drops precipitously and significantly. So by 6 o'clock, there's still some fuel for thunderstorms, but at this point, the wind shear will have gone away, and that means that one of the main ingredients required for supercells and tornadoes will be decreasing rapidly, and by 8 o'clock, I think this is pretty much done, and I mean, that should make sense, right? We have our tornado watch that's in effect until 8 o'clock, and I do want to mention, and I'm sorry, I don't know if Chris mentioned this yet or not, we have dropped now the metro core counties out of that tornado watch, including Hennepin and Ramsey County, because the tornado threat, the severe thunderstorm threat, is done. And frankly, I'm going to tell you that Washington County and Anoka County, they're just getting around to dropping you. Your threat is also behind you. So all attention is really on areas along I-94, but really north and east of I-94 as we go through the next few hours here. And again, there are active warnings scattered all across the region, sort of on the leading edge of what is a front. And let me turn on those surface features so you can see where that front is. It is to our south and to our west still, but the storms that moved through out ahead of it have really done some house cleaning and cleaned the atmosphere of most of its energy at this point. Actually, you know, that's an excellent point. I want to take a look at some of our observations here. We'll show you a live look at what's going on our rooftop weather station, and that will sort of set the stage here as to how things are feeling. We have a southwest wind at 4 miles an hour. So winds are lightening up. Temperatures are still up. Dew point is still up at 64. Pressure is still falling. That's because the front hasn't moved through yet. But we're really starting to clear the atmosphere out of a lot of the ingredients that we need to keep these severe thunderstorms and tornadic thunderstorms going. By the way, we are going to do a 4 o'clock newscast coming up around or shortly after 4 o'clock. We have reporters in the field, including in Hudson, Wisconsin. Meteorologist Adam Del Rosso is out in the next weather tracker, and he is going to be checking in with us as we continue to watch areas now mainly downstream east of the Twin Cities with multiple tornado warnings currently in effect. We'll kind of go through these real quickly here, including the Eau Claire area. Tornado warning until 4 o'clock for Chippewa, Dunn, Eau Claire, and Pepin County. We've got another tornado warning just upstream. This includes Menominee, although the threat for Menominee is going to be dropping here very quickly in the next 5 minutes. That's for Dunn County until 4:15 p.m. We were just talking about this storm here. This little small sliver of a tornado warning is what's left over from the first time this storm dropped a tornado. That's for Polk County for about the next 10 minutes. And then there's another part of Polk County that's under a new tornado warning until 4:15. This is the same storm. It's just sort of an extension geographically and also in time of that tornado warning as the storm continues to move off to the north quickly. It's in the Amory area right now, headed through Apple River in just the next 5 minutes because these storms are moving quickly off to the north at about 40 to, well, between 40 and 60 miles an hour today, although this particular storm has been moving a little slower, on the slower side, at about 50 miles an hour. It's still headed to Apple River. at about 3:54, so in 4 minutes. And again, this is your heads up, your next weather alert to get into a sturdy shelter in a basement or on the lowest floor of your home, away from windows. An interior bathroom or closet is a good choice. Bunyan at 3:57. Georgetown at 4 o'clock, Holst School at 4:04, and then headed up toward Clam Falls and Clam Lake at about 4:15. Let's go over to Chris Schaefer. He's got a wider look at what's going on region-wide.
Yeah, I've fished Bone Lake several times in Wisconsin. Not a good idea to be fishing there today. A very dangerous situation. You know, these storms came knocking and rocking early. Typically 3 to 8 o'clock is the window for severe weather, certainly for tornadoes. This wasn't one of those situations where the atmosphere cooked all day and then boom, they popped. It's a clash of air masses with the cooler, drier air rushing in behind where there are no active watches or warnings. And we were in a tornado warning. Radar indicated right over Minneapolis earlier this afternoon, and that watch was much farther south. They're trimming the counties because the line is moving to the north at such a rapid clip, and that trend will continue. So if you have lacrosse matches later on tonight, a lot of that should go on just fine because the atmosphere is going to settle down. But it's hardly settled in the yellow shaded counties. That's the active tornado watch until 8 o'clock tonight, and you see the tornado warnings peppered in red. Be happy they're not purple. This means we're getting rotation in the atmosphere, but nothing confirmed on the ground. You would see the shade of purple on there. And normally I love purple for the Vikings, but not when it comes to severe weather. Look at the active thunderstorm lines, all the lightning. These are very strong storms. They haven't been cranking out much sizable hail. We've had a few isolated reports, southern shores of Mille Lacs, also down near Wabasha, mostly pea-size hail, but it's been the rotation in the atmosphere, the shear that's been causing concern. And we have this cluster of tornado warnings right now that pass through various areas. I want to focus on this one particularly. Watch as a line comes through right around Roberts. That was the confirmed tornado from law enforcement that spotted one from the highway there and thus called in the report. That line is already pushed up over Amory, heading toward Apple River at the moment as well. And pay particular attention to the shades of red and green close by each other. Watch by Roberts, you'll see right there, that spin. That was the tornado that likely has lifted as it's moved to the north. We'll shift a little to the southeast. We have 2 active tornado warnings. We were watching the one near Menominee that has already jumped to the north of Menominee now. But tracking this line, because there's so many possibilities of more tornadoes forming, you can see the different towns. Amory in the next few minutes passing overhead and pushing toward Bloomer by 422. Chautauqua, we've done a going to the lake trip, a couple of them actually, to your area. It will be in your neck of the woods around 423 this afternoon. Here's some of the hail estimates. Pretty impressive now, just southwest of Eau Claire. Usually we've been seeing the purple, which indicates pea-size hail. That doesn't do damage. That's the most common size. But now we're seeing golf ball size reports just southwest of Eau Claire. Also a little cell of concern just south of Amory as well. But it's mainly been the concern with the tornadoes that has had us covering these for the past couple of hours. That line stretches all the way back to Moorhead and beyond, continues to lift toward the north. We have a few severe thunderstorm warnings peppered in. I don't want to make light of those. Those can be dangerous as well. But the areas of concern right now, at least, continue to be for our viewers over in Wisconsin as that line continues to push to the north. And we're going to keep tracking these as long as we have the active warnings on. As Mike mentioned, Jeff and Aaron are standing by. We will have a newscast that will be full of reports. We did have the confirmed tornado near Benson that caused some structure damage in western Minnesota. That's the one that started this whole event, actually. Nobody was hurt, fortunately. And the other confirmed tornadoes, there was one near Melrose, and there was one also near Roberts. We'll look into those, and of course the National Weather Service will go out and check for damage in those areas. But that's what it's looking like right now. Much quieter to the west and the south. Everything's cool now in the Twin Cities. It's this line to the north that we continue to watch. Let's go back to Mike Augustinak with more.
All right, thanks, Chris. Yeah, you mentioned those storm reports. That's what, let's drill down into some of those right now. These are preliminary reports, and the National Weather Service does need to go out and verify that tornado reports are actual tornadoes, but still, we can share some information about the timing and location on some of this as we take a look at our report map at large, and you can see that we have an arc of reports starting in west central Minnesota, going sort of along the I-94 corridor, and now across southeastern Minnesota and just over the border in Wisconsin. The red reports, the tornado reports, started first to the north and to the west of the Twin Cities, and you can see that the Benson area, a lot of people were making reports. One of these reports from Swift County near the city of Danvers, a tornado with a photo, so that gives us a pretty high indication that that was, in fact, an actual tornado. But by the way, when I say this, I'm not trying to throw shade. It's very easy to mistake low-hanging clouds for a tornado, and that does happen all the time, which is why the Weather Service goes out and checks these things. But that photo that the Weather Service has seen is a strong indication that this was very likely a tornado. Debris visible in the city or near the city of Benson in Swift County around 1:38 from again, likely that same storm. Another report of debris at 1:40. So at this point, I'm pretty comfortable calling that a tornado touchdown. Similar here, a large funnel with a photo and a phone call to the National Weather Service around 1:35 in Swift County near the city of Benson. A little farther off to the east, we had a few more reports, including, and I know Chris mentioned this, but I will just sort of reiterate it. We saw a funnel cloud report and then eventually a tornado report just south of I-94 between Spring Hill and New Munich. This was in Stearns County about an hour later with debris being reported, trees down. That doesn't necessarily indicate that it was a tornado, but again, given the other context we have around it, it probably was. Funnel clouds to the south-southwest of St. Joseph in Stearns County near the city of Sartell. Again, that's an indication that there was a high likelihood that we had an actual tornado there. And then these reports for the most active part of our region right now, and that's kind of in the west central and southwestern Wisconsin area. That report from a deputy on the ground, a tornado reported along 110th Street near the city of Roberts, or just to the north of the city of Roberts. And another report, this one in Hammond, with a tornado on the ground being reported 4 to 5 miles north, moving to the northeast. And that was pretty recently, in just the past 25 minutes or so. So in the next minute or so here, let's take a quick tour of what's going on radar and warning-wise. We continue to hear some warnings being issued, some severe thunderstorm warnings being issued now in sort of a large swath here in this Osseo-Eau Claire area of southwestern Wisconsin, with embedded tornado warnings within that. And again, if you've learned something today, I hope it's that lightning activity and the amount of cloud-to-ground lightning is a very strong indicator of how healthy a thunderstorm is. And we're seeing just a ton of lightning reports here with this batch of thunderstorms that's moving in southwestern Wisconsin. 500 cloud-to-ground lightning strikes in the past 15 minutes, indicating that these storms are in no way, shape, or form giving up the ghost or ready to weaken at this point. So I mentioned this a few minutes ago. Bloomer, Rice Lake, you are not under warnings right now, but there is nothing that's in the atmospheric setup that suggests to me that you won't be coming up in the next 10 to 15, maybe 20 minutes. Whether it's a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, you are about to experience some of the strongest thunderstorms that we've had all day today, at least as indicated by radar. And so be ready to make your move to your safe place if and when there are warnings issued. Oh, look. There just was a warning issued. This does include the city of Rice Lake. It includes Bloomer. It includes Chetek. So as I was saying, now is the time to be taking shelter. And even though we've got a full newscast coming up here in just the next few seconds, weather is the top priority. And as we have more warnings issued, we will be bringing them to you as we get ready to start the 4 here on WCCO.
This is a WCCO and CBS News Minnesota Next Weather Alert.
Well, if you've been watching us, you know the radar is lit up as strong storms move into western Wisconsin and northern Minnesota. We've got live images in Eau Claire that show heavy rain pounding the pavement.
And this is what it looked like earlier this afternoon in western Minnesota. These images captured near Watson, just north of Montevideo.
And Kayla sharing this footage of a storm twisting up trouble near the town of Benson, just north of Wilmer. Again, western Minnesota, with reports of a tornado touching down in that area. Thanks for joining us. Over the past few hours, communities across Minnesota and western Wisconsin